I'm now calling to order the special meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education. It's now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Oral communications on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. No speakers? There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, collective bargaining employee negotiations, agency negotiators Adams, Silva, and McNally, LLP, employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, non-represented employees, Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Government Code Section 54957, public employee appointment, employment title, Senior Director of Student Services. And Government Code Section 54957, public employee appointment, employment title, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction Services and Support. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes.
In the matter of Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Title, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction Services and Support. On motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Tamayo, the Board approved the employment of Maria Montgomery as Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction Services and Support by the following vote. Ayes 3, noes no, abstain 0. On the matter of Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Title, Senior Director of Student Services, on motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the promotion of Paula Madrigal Patel as Senior Director of Student Services by the following vote. Ayes 3, noes 0, abstentions 0.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, if you will introduce our newest promotions.
Awesome, thank you. Governing board members and our superintendent and our community, it's a great pleasure for us to introduce our two newest administrators in new roles. Taking on the executive director position, I'd like to call up Maria Montgomery.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and President Ugarte, and members of the board. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for this opportunity to serve our district in this new role. I'm looking forward to the cooperative and collaborative leadership across our district office, and as well as working in partnership with our school site leaders and educators to serve our community. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you.
And our newest senior director, Dr. Paula Madrigal Patel.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. Thank you again so much for your trust. Very excited to continue my journey leading and learning within this district and within my community. And again, CVESD is the best place to be. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that concludes our newest promoted employees. Thank you.
Thank you. The open session of the special meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. Mr. Romero, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Oral communications on posted items. The oral communications portion of the special meeting provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on items included in the special meeting agenda only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have 9 speakers, and with the board approval, we'll remain with the 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. The first speaker, Ana Cabral.
Let me know when I'm ready. All right. Good evening. My name is Anna Cabral, and I am support and encourage the nomination of Noelle Cravens for our Chula Vista Elementary School Board. Noelle has an established background. She is a president of the PTA of Jeffers Elementary, as well as a secretary. She's also the representative at SELPA, which represents our special needs children. She is a part of our school site council. She is also a part of our safety school plan. She is also a DLAC representative. She is also appointed as a Community Advisory Committee member. I've known Noelle for 20 years as an ER nurse. She was a steward of our community, and she has dedicated her life to the service of others with compassion and loyalty. She has clear ethical reasoning, considering well-being of others, and makes for the best outcomes. She is a moral thinker, cognitive and emotional process. With combining of those two, she is considering the actions that are right and wrong. She carries with her a vibrancy of family life and student life, with her husband and her 2 amazing daughters, Stella and Nova, who both attend Jeffries Elementary. She's just like every parent in this room, wanting answers, wanting change, wanting action. I know Noelle of attending grassroots meetings in front of Jeffers Elementary with parents with special need children, and she has listened with their concerns and their experiences. That is why I'm here today to advocate for her and advocate for our parents. She is frustrated and fed up with the information that she is given. She feels that things are just smoothed over so that they will stop the district phone calls, stop the district meetings, and stop the district emails. My one piece of advice to her was to follow the money. And with that one singular sentence, this is why she is reaching out to be one of your board members. She has researched past agendas. She has researched board minutes. And she has researched the votes of our current board members. Now, she is not a seasoned politician, but she is a parent just like I am, demanding change and demanding action. And she will not be ill-prepared for our meetings. She will research, and she will question, and she will demand action. She will focus on transparency, collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Felipe Dominguez.
Good evening, members of the board and community members as well. My name is Felipe Dominguez, and I am here today as a proud brother to speak about someone who has been an aid to me, an inspiration, an example, and that is my sister, Keren Dominguez. She's running for a position on the Chula Vista School Board, and I believe she's exactly the kind of leader this community needs. Karen is a mother of 3, and like any parent, she understands the hopes and concerns that come with raising children in today's environment. Her journey as a mom isn't just about guiding her own kids, it's about wanting every child to have the opportunities, support, and education they deserve. That's a big part of what drives her, and that's why she wants to serve. But what truly makes Karen special is her heart for people. She spent years working in nonprofits, helping real families, solving real problems. She's also deeply rooted in her faith and her local church, where she has stepped up in leadership roles and rolled up her sleeves in support roles as well. Whether she's leading from the front or working quietly behind the scenes, she does it all with a spirit of humility, dedication, as well as with a great spirit of humbleness. Karen doesn't just talk about making a difference, she lives it. She's someone who listens first, finds common ground, and works hard to bring people together. One thing I admire most about her is how deeply family-driven she is. Her values are rooted in what matters most: faith, integrity, and putting others before herself. As her brother, I've seen these qualities in action for as long as I can remember. Whether she was guiding me, cheering me on, or showing up when it mattered the most, helping me even in my homeworks. And yes, she's also competitive as well. That drive is what makes her such a strong leader. And Karen is running this position because she believes in the potential of this community, its schools, and what it provides. She's someone who won't just sit at the table. She'll make sure the voices of parents, teachers, and students are heard and valued. So tonight, I ask you to consider her qualifications and consider who she is holistically. And I know she'll bring the same care, dedication, and problem-solving mindset to the school board that she brings to everything else she does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert?
Hello, good evening. I believe this is the first meeting of the year, so Happy New Year. Really appreciate everybody showing up tonight. It's very important that everybody show up for their roles, whoever is either appointed, or if you can't agree upon someone, then through the election is elected, right? We expect these things from the people in charge to show good attendance, good moral judgment. We also want to look out for the best of our children in that sense. So I would really hope the board consider tonight that you're not picking a favorite something like party or things like that, and that this person, whoever it may be, is the right person for the job and is someone who's going to serve the community well. Making an appointment is not an easy job because you're taking away the voice of the people to choose their representative. And I'd just like to bring notice to that if you do make an appointment, just remember the consequences of that. We're not also getting to choose who it is. And just as in the board supervisor's position, they couldn't choose and they had to ask the people for who it is. And sometimes that's the more respectable position, considering how short it was from the 8th to the 17th to get applications reviewed and things like that. And then the public didn't even know until 2 days ago on who it was. So to expect a lot of people to come in here and voice different concerns, they didn't have a lot of time to plan for this. So I just want to address those things and hope, wish you guys a good year. Let's make 2025 the year for the children, and let's care about them, because there were times when you shut down the schools and made them wear masks and then tried to vaccinate them. We want to give people the right platform. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you for the public for showing up today. So
Thank you. Enrique Ramirez?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Enrique Ramirez, and I'm here today as a father. I'm here today as a Chula Vista resident for the last 17 years, and as a proud husband. As a proud husband, it is my pleasure to fully support Karen Ramirez Dominguez. I strongly believe that she is the ideal candidate for our school board. She has always been dedicated to her community and the well-being of the children of Chula Vista. by being a resident of Chula Vista for almost 20 years, she understands firsthand the needs that this community has. Her years as a student that were not that long ago, and now as a mother of 3 beautiful kids attending to her school district, she understands. What's really going on in the school system and the school board. She has always been committed to learning, both academically and through real-world experiences. She spent years preparing herself. She obtained her degree in child development, attended to relevant educational programs, seek advice from community leaders, and she volunteered a lot of time with local organizations. I think she volunteered more than worked through her life. I'm sorry. One of the qualities that stands out most on her it's her passion and willingness to sacrifice her own time and even her own finances to make a positive impact in the community. Her passion for serving the community and for serving those around her, I believe makes her an ideal candidate for this role. It's someone that really cares. It's someone that really understands. It's someone that she has been there firsthand with the students, like someone said, like behind scenes, and I can not express with enough words that she really cares about this position, about the children. It's not a political move. It's not about her name being out there. It's not about what people's gonna say, what people's gonna think. It's about making a change, making things right, bringing those values and the parents first to the school system. So once again, it is my privilege, it is my pleasure to fully support my wife, Karen Ramirez Dominguez. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Yeager.
Well, good evening. Thank you guys so much for all you do for our great city. I want to offer my recommendation as well for Karen Ramirez Dominguez. That was my best Spanish accent. I hope I did her justice. And I'm the pastor of a local church where she attends along with her beautiful family. And as you all are responsible for this appointment, I want to make sure that you're aware of something that I know that you may not, which is how Karen chooses to spend her Sunday mornings and her Wednesday evenings at our church. She's not just a faithful attender of our church and member of our church, but she serves very faithfully and volunteers with her time every single week. And out of all the areas that she could serve, and there are many teams that she could have chosen to be on, it's our kids' church that she serves so faithfully every single week. She's one of our most diligent, most faithful volunteers. And you can tell a lot about a person by how they spend their free time. And Keden chooses her free time to be spent pouring into the next generation of school-aged children. And it's this attitude and posture of service. And again, it's service that she doesn't get any gratification for. It can be at times a very thankless job, but it's that posture, that heart posture of servitude that she gives every single Sunday morning, every single Wednesday, to be back there with the kids, playing with them, loving them, teaching them. And it's that posture of service that makes her, I think, the perfect appointment. So thank you so much for your time and your consideration and all you guys do for our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Minardi.
Hi, good evening, board. Thank you for what you do for the children of Chula Vista. And I am also here in advocate and support for my good friend, Karen Ramirez Dominguez. And I am supporting her, not because she's my friend, because we have many friends and some people aren't, made for certain positions. But I'm advocating for Karen because since the moment I've known her for about 3 years now, her dedication to her children, her family, her community, and helping others was so evident from the moment I met her. And that just showed me her dedication to what she puts her heart and what she believes in. And I believe that being part of the school board is something that she is going to take and put her full commitment, as you've heard everyone else say, that she is committed to the children and to the betterment of their future. And she is a team player. She has this way of bringing people together for one goal and making sure everyone is on top of it, so that way when goals are set, they are met and they're not just being talked about. One thing I know about her is when she puts her word to something, she sees it to the end, and that is very very nice for me to see, as well as her friend in the last few years. And another thing is I've seen the way she parents her 3 little children, and it is a huge it's something that I take away from too. And I don't have any school-age children as of right now, but I am expecting in a few months. And just to know that someone like her would be on the board is very encouraging, knowing that our children, our future generation, who are going to become the leaders of our city of Chula Vista, right? She will be there and making sure that they are being advocated for, their families are being heard, and the voices of the children are being heard. So again, I'm in support for Karen, and I know she's going to make an amazing board member along the rest of you. And thank you again for what you do and putting our children first in this community.
Thank you. Jorge Mendez.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for your service to our community. My name is Jorge Mendez. I am the director of the kids program at our local church, and I serve directly with Karen and her husband. And I'm here to speak in favor of Karen Ramirez Dominguez, a candidate for the school board. I've had the privilege of working alongside Karen for nearly 2 years as she served in our kids department here at our church. Karen is not just a volunteer. She's a leader. As a team lead, she faithfully oversees and cares for usually 20 to 25 kids almost every Wednesday and Sunday. There's kids with special needs. There's all different types of kids, including my own kids are under her care. What sets Karen apart is her natural ability to solve problems and lead with initiative. If she sees something that needs to get done, she'll get it done. If she sees an issue that is something that is unsafe, she'll take care of it. She'll communicate with the proper channels. She'll do what it takes to get things done in an orderly fashion and quickly, depending on the gravity of the issue. She handles issues, whether it's addressing challenges, mentoring her team, because she's in charge. She oversees a few people as well every time that she serves. Ensures every child that is in a nurturing environment, and my kid can speak for that. I have a 3 and a 6-year-old, and they have both gone through her care. And more importantly, Karen really cares. She invests her time, she invests in the well-being of children and understands the importance of their education, safety, and development. She's not just a team player, she's a spearhead leader who inspires others to step up and make a difference. She's trained a few people to take her role as a team lead. We've had team leads take on classrooms on the leadership of the classroom because they've gone under her care and leadership along with her husband. And I believe Karen is faithful. She's a hard worker. She's dedicated to what she does, to our community. I believe she will be an incredible asset to our school board, and she has proven time and time again in our department that she has the heart and leadership skills needed to make a positive impact on the lives of students in our community. So thank you again for your time and consideration. I urge you to support Karen's candidacy for the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Vice President Tamayo, and Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. Before you hear from potential new trustees to this board, I want to share with you Chula Vista educators' thoughts on the qualities of individuals who we believe would make an impactful addition to the school board. CVE values the strong relationships that we have built not only with this district leadership, but with this board. I personally appreciate having each of you as partners in helping to address our concerns and supporting our advocacy for our students. CVE believes in building meaningful partnerships and working collaboratively in order to address and meet the needs of our students. It is out of this collaborative relationship that we have begun to put in place supports for staff, students, and families by working with the district to uplift the voices of all educational partners around instruction, curriculum, academic and social emotional supports, as well as our work around community schools. As you consider the candidates tonight, we ask that you consider who shares our values in advocating for students, who understands that those strong relationships are what help move the work forward rather than erroneously seeing teachers as a special interest group, who understands that our working conditions are our students' learning conditions, who will unite us rather than divide us. As a strong supporter of community schools, CVE sees parents as valuable partners and want to create more opportunities to strengthen that partnership in benefits of our students. We cannot give a platform to those who discredit or undermine the work of our educators, since that has a detrimental impact on our kids. We also hope that as you hear from candidates who have previously run unsuccessfully for a seat on this board, you prioritize advocacy for the district and not political aspirations. The voters have spoken. We hope that you consider our perspective and select board members that will add to the work that we've already started, not take away from it. Thank you for listening and for your thoughtfulness in this most important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Perez Chica.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, board, and cabinet. CVE was copied in an email that was sent to cabinet members and the board. We want to share it openly to echo the concerns of a teacher in our district. We will share their concerns, but in order to respect privacy, not share their name. Dear Ms. Ugarte, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to you as a parent, a teacher, and a deeply invested member of Fahari Al Jeffers Elementary School community. And I'm compelled to share my concerns about Noel Craven's candidacy for the seat on the Chula Vista Elementary School Board. Over the past years, I have observed actions by Ms. Cravens that have been deeply troubling, particularly in how they have impacted teachers and the essential collaboration required between families and educators. She has publicly rallied parents to speak and act negatively toward teachers, other staff members, and parents, creating unnecessary division and hostility. Additionally, she has established social media platforms that actively sow mistrust and drive a wedge between parents and teachers, fostering an environment of drama and discord. These actions not only undermine the critical partnership between teachers and parents, but also hinder the positive, collaborative atmosphere that our students deserve. A CVESD board member should only embody a commitment to supporting teachers and promoting unity within the school community. Unfortunately, Ms. Craven's track record suggests she does not share these values, making her an unsuitable candidate for the position. I urge you to carefully consider the long-term consequences of her leadership that her leadership could have on our district. Electing individuals who do not respect and value teachers undermines the foundation of our schools and the quality of education for our children. Thank you for your time and to consider my perspective. I'm confident that together we can ensure that CVSD remains a place where collaboration, respect, and a shared commitment to students' success thrive. A concerned teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. We have moved into the interview candidates for provisional appointments to the board. I want to reiterate that the process was detailed in last board meeting in December, and any questions or concerns can be directed after the meeting to the board clerk, and we will respond. We will be calling our candidates who have drawn numbers in random order, and we will go over the process the same way with each candidate. Questions will be asked by the board members in the same manner for each candidate. We will not ask follow-up questions, and you'll hear how that is going to proceed once we have the first candidate here.
Who's the first one?
Armando Farias.
I don't have it. Okay. Okay.
They're alphabetical, right? Thank you for being here, Mr. Farias. I'm going to describe the process to you and then we will start. You'll have your 3-minute introduction followed by one question from each of the board members in which you will have 3 minutes for each response. And I won't be rude, it's just cutting you off if you go over the 3 minutes. You will then have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you're applying for?
First of all, good morning. Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, cabinet, staff, and community. It is my honor to be here before you, seeking the opportunity to sit at the dais the way I did a few years back. Do you mind repeating the question again, please, just for context?
Yes. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you are applying for?
Thank you. I want you to know that I'm deeply committed to the success of our students, the well-being of our staff, and the strength of our community. With nearly 25 years in education, I worked in a variety of roles, from school custodian to teacher, to school principal, to director of human resources, to assistant superintendent of human resources, and now presently, assistant superintendent of business. I believe that I bring a wealth of experience from all these positions, which has given me a unique, comprehensive understanding of the challenges we face as a district, but also the opportunities we have to make meaningful impact, not only on our students, but on our staff and these amazing communities, including families, of course. I've had the privilege of working in partnerships with multiple businesses and organizations to directly and positively benefit every single one of our students and families, whether it was getting in touch with Feeding America to provide food assistance, or working with law firms to provide advice to our needy families when it comes to lawyers, to safety, to securing over $200,000 in yearly contributions from a foundation to truly support academic programs. These experiences have truly taught me how to build strong, lasting relationships that result in tangible support for our schools. But beyond that, I am someone who values collaboration and teamwork. I truly want to work alongside this board, the superintendent, and the entire community to address the needs of every single one of our kids. I believe that I'm the only member or candidate in the 91911 zip code community, and I understand and I know how important equity is for you and making sure that every community has a voice at the table when it comes to making decisions. I want to close by stating that some of you might know that I come from deep and generational poverty. I used to sell ice creams in Mexico. Then I came over here. I was a school custodian for 17 years. I became a professional, and now I'm here before you, advocating for this opportunity. Why? Because I believe that the same opportunity bestowed upon me.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Excuse me, my question is, if appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
Thank you, Trustee Cervantes. The first item in the agenda, there are multiple items in my wishful thinking because I don't have an agenda. I come here to meet with the superintendent first and foremost to ensure that I understand what are the successes of the district and at the same time, what are the needs. Although Chula Vista Elementary School District has been a beacon of light for many years for many other school districts to emulate, there's still work to do, especially when it comes to students with special needs. We have been able to move the needle a little, but there's still a lot of needs in that regard. Second item in my wishful thinking is I understand that there is a deficit of about $50 million when it comes to the 24-25 school year. It is so important to ensure the fiscal stability of our district if we want to keep maintaining the programs that we have, the staffing ratios that we need, and also ensuring that we provide the conditions for every single one of our students. Third, and this is not in order, by the way, ensuring the safety of our students, making sure that every single one of our teachers and classified staff have the training on how they can support our kids every single day. Many times we talk and we say, oh, it's only 20, 24 kids per teacher in the lower grades, possibly 27 in the upper grades, 29. But it's the teacher who knows what's going on in those classrooms. It is unfortunate that lately we've had an increase in social emotional needs when it comes to our students. I know that there is an MOU. I was able to read the minutes in the agenda. I believe it was November 13th. There is an MOU, but at that point in time, there had not been scheduled meetings or professional development for our teachers. I will push for that, and if that is already in place, I will look into how I can support that. Again, not only meeting with the superintendent, but making sure that I collaborate through the power of the collective to ensure my fellow board members and I were aligned as to what are the needs of the school district. It is well known that as a single board member, I have no authority and no power. And I'm good with that because I believe in collaboration. I believe in working together to ensure that the superintendent is supported and that every staff member and community is as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo.
What are your thoughts on providing social emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
Do you mind repeating that question, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on providing social emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
I just mentioned that from the outside, even when I used to be a site principal, I knew some of the needs of my school when it comes to students, when it comes to social and emotional supports. But the ones in the trenches are the teachers. The ones in the trenches, the ones who communicate to leadership in Chula Vista educators are our teachers. I believe we have the vice president here and the president. Hi, Ms. Martinez. And I really believe in the power of collaboration, just the way I said it, making sure that those conduits of communication are in place. Those meetings that need to take place happen. But not only that, but that we take action. It is my understanding, again, that there is an MOU that I'm sure was crafted between CVE and CVESD, making sure that that is in place and that we're taking action. Social emotional needs have increased dramatically. I have kids myself. I have felt it and I have lived it, especially in the last few months. What is it that I want to do? I'm just here to collaborate, to ensure that those needs are brought up to our attention and that we take action. And last, in Mexico we say, if our kids are hungry, there's no letters or numbers that are going to go in. If our kids have social and emotional needs, there are no letters or numbers that are going to go in until we address those needs. Also, surveying the parents and looking at requests from them to ensure that we're not only serving our students, but our families as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
Thank you for that question, Madam President. I used to be a teacher for about 11 years, and I had the flexibility to beef up, we used to call it, our curriculum, depending on the grade level that I had and the grade level that I had as a team. In today's time, I truly believe that as board members, we have policies, we have administrative regulations that in a way oversee that. I think that is our job as a body to meet again with our teachers' leadership to ensure that we are on the same page, that we are allowing a multi-diverse curriculum that really represents the students and community that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 1 minute for a closing statement. Could you just give us
It's going
one?
so fast.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I just stated a couple of things about who I am and why I'm here, and why, again, I'm here because of the power and promise of public education, and I'm here because teachers believed in me when a lot of people didn't. I'm currently doing my PhD at the wonderful University of San Diego. That is also a reflection of who were my teachers and the power and promise of public education. I want to work with you to ensure that together we provide those conditions for every single one of our kids. General education, special education, diverse, LGBTQIA, every single one of them deserve the opportunity and have the right to be the best self that they can be. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
¿Es todo?
Es todo.
Next is Noel Cravens.
Nice seeing you all.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here, Ms. Cravens. I'm going to describe the process to you and then we'll start. You'll have your 3-minute introduction, followed by one question from each of the board members, in which you will have 3 minutes for each response. And it's not me being rude when I cut you off, it's about consistency. And then you will have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready? Okay. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you are applying for?
Good evening. I would like to begin by thanking you all for considering my application to serve on the board. My name is Noelle Cravens. I am a proud mom of 2 daughters enrolled in the Chula Vista Elementary School District. I've also been a registered nurse for over 20 years. I'm seeking an appointment to advocate for the needs of our students and our educators, and to rebuild and strengthen the relationship within the district and parent community. As a school volunteer, I've had the privilege of serving on our school's school site council and PTA. I'm currently in my 2nd term as the PTA president, working with 13 amazing executive board members and parents. I was also recently appointed as a CVSD representative for the Community Advisory Committee, or CAC. CAC is a group of parents, teachers, and school districts that support students with special needs for everyone else. I'm sure you guys know. I have been attending CVSD board meetings to help keep me updated and informed on the district's policies, budget, curriculum, personnel, and much more. These roles and experiences have allowed me to build trusting relationships with teachers, parents, and community members, not just in my school community, but other communities within our district, giving me a deeper understanding of our district's current challenges and strengths. Speaking of strengths, our testing scores for English learners has been improving over the years. Free after-school programs such as Lead Hub, Learn, Enrich, Aspire, Develop, which my daughters participate, are available to all students, giving them an opportunity to try new skills and hobbies, and also the initiative of rigorous learning due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Challenges. The challenges that the district is currently having are accountability, transparency, and collaboration with teachers and parents. As a parent with no ties to any school district, as an employee, nor have any political aspirations, my main focus is ensuring our district provides high-quality education to all students, training for all educators, while also ensuring their well-being. I believe my fresh perspective, combined with my leadership experience, passion to advocate, and relationships I've built within the school community, I can help drive positive changes and improve transparency, trust, and collaboration within our school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Good evening. My question, if appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
Okay. I would like to, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to aim to rebuild the trust within the school district and parent community by focusing on transparency, open communication, and inclusive collaboration. This would include welcoming and promoting and increasing parent engagement and community engagement, improve teacher and staff morale, and improve student outcomes, addressing the unique needs of each school, like east and west side of Chula Vista, by promoting equity.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on providing socio-emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
Socio-emotional. It's something that's really important for students, and it starts with the school. If the students are in a learning and nurturing environment, they will strive. And by ensuring that the students thrive, we need to ensure that they do feel comfortable, they have a safe environment. When they go to school, they're in a safe environment, and yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
As a parent, I feel like I trust the teachers, they're educated, they are going to training, and I feel like they should be flexible to bring any material to school that they believe will help with educating our students, but as long as it stays in the mission of our school district.
Thank you. You now have the opportunity for a 1-minute closing statement.
Okay, I was not prepared for a closing statement, but just wanted to let everyone know I am just a mom, a parent, a friend, a community member that just wants all our students to thrive, and whether they're from East Chula Vista or West Chula Vista, that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Then our next candidate is Jessica Tolston. Thank you for being here, Ms. Tolston. I'm going to describe the process to you and then we'll start.
Okay.
You'll have a 3-minute introduction followed by one question from each of the board members in which you'll have 3 minutes for each response. And I'm not being rude if I cut you off, it's just the 3-minute mark has been reached.
Okay.
You will then have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready? Okay. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you are applying for?
Good evening, Trustee Ugarte, Trustee Tamayo, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, Dr. Reyes. When I learned about the board opening, I reflected on the wonderful experiences my son has had and how I could contribute to ensuring other families have the same opportunities. My journey as a mother has taught me that while we may have a set plan for our futures, life may take unexpected turns, as did ours. Schools play a critical role in shaping those outcomes, and I am committed to helping every child succeed regardless of their circumstances. When my son first joined the district in transitional kindergarten, my husband was diagnosed with terminal cancer. He passed away shortly after my son finished TK. My husband was a distinguished 22-year Marine Corps veteran. His illness was certified as service-related after having served in the first Gulf War. This was an incredibly challenging time for our family, but the support we received from the staff was extraordinary. The school staff rallied around us, providing unwavering kindness and care that continues to this day. Their actions show what it means to truly serve and support students and their families. I am deeply grateful for their compassion and for the sense of community they cultivated during such a difficult time. Since we joined the school, I have been actively involved as a PTA member, and I truly value the many opportunities the district offers students and families through events, activities, and programs. These initiatives demonstrate the commitment to providing a positive and inclusive environment for all. Professionally, I am a federal civil service employee under the Department of Homeland Security. I hold a master's degree in organizational leadership. I am bilingual and bicultural, and I am also a veteran of the United States Coast Guard. Over the course of my career, I have held various leadership positions with U.S. Customs and Border Protection and currently with DHS headquarters in a law enforcement support capacity. My entire career has equipped me with extensive leadership and problem-solving experience. As a veteran and the spouse of a Marine, I understand the unique challenges military families face, and I know that the district serves as a significant military and law enforcement community. I am passionate about advocating for these families while ensuring that every student, regardless of background, has access to the resources they need to thrive, as my son has. A child's success in their education should not depend on luck, but on a system designed to uplift every student and accommodate their unique needs. If given the honor of serving as a board member, I will fully be committed to working with you to ensure our students receive the highest quality education, that our teachers have all the support and resources they need. And also, I will encourage transparency and strong partnerships with parents, as I firmly believe that parents in schools must work as partners in education and should always be informed of their child's progress and experiences. I am ready and eager to contribute to the continued success of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Good evening. My question, if appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
In the first 30 days, my agenda would be to start communicating, to start maybe even introducing myself, because I'm sure the schools are going to want to learn who I am and who we are. I believe in communication. I want to have open communication with all of the schools. I want them to be able to have access to me, to us, for them to be comfortable. I want to be able to advocate for staff, parents, students, teachers. So I do want them to just be comfortable, introduce myself, and I'm eager to start working and to start learning what it entails, the full entailment of being a board member.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo?
Thank you. What are your thoughts on providing social emotional supports for students, and how should it be provided?
That is something we have relied on extensively. Obviously, with my introduction and what we have been through, my son has taken full advantage. My son and myself have taken full advantage with what the district has offered. I believe that every student should have access to any need that they have. any social or an emotional support that they need. My son has been in, the school has been fantastic in offering self-regulation. He's taken self-regulation groups, emotional support groups, anything that he has been offered and that is available. I strongly have encouraged that he is involved in that. And I would want that other students, I would hope that other students have that same access, because it's been instrumental for his emotional well-being. I've known that we just recently, the district had, what is it? It starts at home, I think this week. And I thought that was very important. Too bad I couldn't join, because I saw it on Instagram, and I thought it was great, because I do believe that it starts at home, and it's supplemented at home too. So with that said, I think all those programs should be accessible to every student that needs it or that requests it in the district. However, I do believe that parents should always be informed of those of that opportunity, and they should always be informed of what the materials are going to be provided, what is going to be taught and shown in those special groups. And I think, because I believe that parents and teachers should always work together for the well-being of the students.
Thank you. Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring in their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
That's funny. I have often wondered about that, to be honest with you, because my son is in first grade in dual immersion, for example. And I do believe that they should be able to supplement with their own materials, and they should bring in anything that they feel would assist or would supplement what the district offers. My son in dual immersion, I've always wondered, there's a few books that I've been interested in that I used when I was younger, and a lot of the Latin American communities use themselves. It's called El Libro Mágico, and there's another one that's called like Juguemos a Leer, Let's Play Reading. And they offer great phonics sheets and materials, you know, when the kids are learning the vowels that, or mi mamá me ama, mame mi momu, you know, all of those things that I have wondered if I donated it to the teachers, would they be able to even use it? So I do think that they should be allowed flexibility if they find something that would be great to supplement what the district already offers. But I do feel that those worksheets or additional materials should always be vetted and approved by the district, or at least by the school, by the principals before they're presented to the students.
Thank you. You have the opportunity now to have a 1-minute closing statement.
Okay, you start getting less nervous as you go. Well, again, thank you for the opportunity. Based on my background, I think that I can offer the board a fresh set of eyes. I'm newer to the district. My son is only in first grade. We've only been involved 2.5 years. But I think that my, excuse me, my government experience, my leadership experience can bring a fresh set of eyes to the table. My security experience, I want children to feel secure physically, emotionally. So in closing, again, thank you for the opportunity. And if appointed, I am ready to get started and hit the ground running. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Fernando Parra. Thank you for being here, Mr. Parra. I'm going to describe the process to you, and then we'll start.
Okay.
You will have your 3-minute introduction, followed by 1 question from each of the board members, for which you will have 3 minutes for each response. And I'm not being rude if I cut you off. It just means that the time has elapsed.
That is completely fine.
You will then have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you are applying for?
Well, a little bit about me, I suppose. I was born in Mexico at the age of 15 years old. I was born in Mexico, and at the age of 15 years old, my parents brought me to the United States. It was very hard adjusting to my new life, since I didn't speak the language and I didn't know anyone. However, with the incredible help and perseverance, incredible help from my teachers, I persevered. Sorry, I'm not a public speaker, and I haven't actually interviewed in over maybe 16 years. I persevered and successfully I persevered and had a successful experience that helped me become the man that I am today. Now, I have lived in Chula Vista for over the past 40 years. I love this community. I think there's no better city than Chula Vista, to be honest with you. I'm also a proud father of 2 wonderful daughters that went through this school district, and now they're in high school and thriving. Now, professionally, I have spent the last 18 years as facilities and project manager for profit and non-profit organizations. My expertise lies in construction, projects, capital renovations, budget management, and ADA standards. Now, I believe this expertise aligns with the board member work, especially in budget control and construction management. I know that the board plans to build more schools and teaching housing, and that it really excites me, since it's one of my passions. I'm eager to bring this expertise and support these initiatives. Now, as a community member, giving back is very important to me, whether by working with Jewish Family Service, doing community service, helping homeless, or those that need any support. I really enjoy what I do, and it's very important for me to make a difference. However.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Good evening. If appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
Well, as I mentioned before in these cards, I want to make sure that I bring my expertise in construction and budget. I want to make sure that the district uses these resources for the benefit of our students. I also want to make sure that I get to know every one of you and support you in any possible way that I can. Now that you know my expertise, I think that we might be able to share information, and I'm here to help.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on providing social emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
Well, this question, I think, touches my heart. As mentioned before, I have 2 daughters that at an early age, they went through a very traumatic situation. When I when I regained custody of them, I found out that providing them with just a home was not enough. They supported, they needed, I'm sorry, they needed that emotional support to heal. And being as a single father with no one, no family to rely on, I was pretty lost without knowing where to start or how to help my children. Fortunately, their school stepped in, and it was a blessing. Their school stepped in, and they became our lifeline. Um, now, my story might actually sound very personal to you guys, but I know there's many families out there that are struggling with maybe trauma, life-changing events, that just like me, they probably feel lost and without knowing where to start or where to go for counseling or help. This is actually a subject that is very important to me, and I would like to make sure that if I become a board member, I can address that subject and be able to get parents involved more into these issues with their children. That's it.
Thank you. Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
Well, I know for a fact that this happens all the time with teachers. And I think it's okay to give them some flexibility when it comes to bringing their own, I don't know, pamphlets, or maybe using some internet resources. But at the same time, I think we should be careful. For example, in a subject like math, we know that math has its own language. It's its own language, and regardless of how you put the numbers and depending on the equation, the result will always be the same, right? So there's no issues in actually bringing or outside resources to teach this class. Now, for a subject like history, for example, then that's a subject that needs for the teacher to be more careful with. History is written by many different people in different times, many countries, and depending on the affiliation or beliefs of these people that wrote these books, the teacher, without knowing, might be indoctrinating or bringing information that is not aligned with the school district's protocols. So, in a nutshell, I think it's fine to give them some flexibility, but at the same time, I think that they should be careful into what they bring onto the classroom to enhance their classes. Because again, there's many different subjects that are of very delicate conversation. And I don't think we need to take the chance to touch topics like politics or religion and indoctrinate our students. I don't know if this is something that the board monitors, so.
Thank you. You now have the opportunity to provide us with a 1-minute closing statement.
Well, as you can see, I get very nervous when I have people in front of me, so I'm sorry for that. But I want to thank everyone right here for the opportunity to be here, and I want to make sure that you know that if I'm given the honor and the opportunity to sit by your side, I will work side by side with you into making sure that our children get the best academic support and emotional support, which I think it's very needed in every single school, at not only the Chula Vista, but pretty much everywhere. So my support for you and with you will always be available.
Thank you. Our next candidate is Victor Zavala. And then one more. Thank you for being here, Mr. Zavala. I'm going to describe the process to you and then we'll start. You will have your 3-minute introduction, followed by one question from each of the board members, in which you will have 3 minutes for each response. And if I cut you off, I'm not being rude, I'm just being consistent and holding to the time. You will then have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What do you want us to know about you as it relates to this position you are applying for?
Well, good evening, first and foremost, and trustees, superintendent. I want to start by thanking you for giving me this opportunity. It's a truly exciting opportunity for me, as I understand the enormous responsibility it is to be a board member. I grew up in the city of Chula Vista within the community, and I met my wife, my family, and married my wife, my kids, went through this district, and they're, excuse me, I'm choking up a little bit. I have a profound positive influence that this community created for me, shaping my values and opportunities that I hold dear. Throughout my children's educational journey, I was involved as a parent, actively participating in their school events and many other activities. I've experienced firsthand how much schools, teachers can enrich a child's life. And contribute to a strong and positive community. Professionally, I bring a strong background in commercial sales and management. These experiences have shaped my ability to make thoughtful, balanced decisions and manage resources effectively. My experiences within my background, it's with budget management, and this will allow me to contribute discussions about financial sustainability. This will help me help and strongly become a part of the team of the board. As a board member, I want to prioritize initiatives that directly benefit student learning, to ensure every child in our district has an opportunity to reach the full potential. I'm passionate about serving our community. So I'm truly grateful, and I truly hope that you allow me the privilege of being a part of your team. I promise to work tirelessly, uphold the values of Chula Vista Elementary School District, and make decisions that not only make you, our district, proud, and finding common ground, fresh, innovative ideas.
Thank you. Trustee
Thank you
Dominguez Cervantes.
Good evening. If appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
Great question, thank you. First and foremost, to get involved as much as possible with the team, get acclimated um, take not full initiative, but follow your guidelines and collaborate, find what the issues are, engage them fully, and try to come out with solutions that work for not only the students, the teachers, but the parents of this community.
Thank you. Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on providing social emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
That's a great question. Thank you. As a parent, being involved with throughout my life with my children's life in schools, emotional support gives you great opportunity to get involved with educators and help them in any way possible, because their influences on our kids, the educators, shape the life of our kids as they grow up. Our kids have tremendous ability to listen to other people other than the parents at home. The ability to educators that can provide ideas, values that can make them evolve themselves and become successful in life. It's part of what I feel that it would be a great emotional support as it shapes the lives of all the children in our community.
Thank you. Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
Great question. Educators nowadays have a tough task of engaging kids with a strict guideline of specific elements that the district provides. As long as, and I feel that as long as the structure that is applied in the curriculum is child pertinent, age appropriate, I believe that it could be implemented at any level. I believe the minds of young kids are very impactful with information outside the curriculum that can affect the way they learn. I believe that every kid should have a different approach. Every educator should have a different approach because no one mind is the same. And if you use curriculum outside of the guidelines, that it is not appropriate. Not only you're gonna have issues with the parents, but may affect the growth and the thinking of the young mind.
Thank you. You now have the opportunity to provide us with a 1-minute closing statement.
Thank you. I truly hope that you, I know you have a tough task and you have very appropriate candidates, but it would be a privilege for me to be a part of your team. I do, again, promise to work tirelessly amongst you and with you to provide not only the best solutions, the best ideas, and finding a common ground on innovative ideas for the entire district. Most importantly, the beneficial, so that students can be proud of our district and all collaborate and be proud. Make this community very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final candidate is Karen Ramirez Dominguez. Thank you for being here, Mrs. Ramirez Dominguez. I'm going to go over the process and then we will start.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
You will have your 3-minute introduction, followed by one question from each of the board members, in which you will have 3 minutes for each response. And if I cut you off, it's not being rude, it's about the time elapsing. And then you will have a the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want us to know about you as it relates to the position you are applying for?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, superintendent, and everybody else here. My name is Karen Ramirez Dominguez, as we have said before. And what I want the board to know about me is that I am the fruit of Felipe and María Domínguez, quienes me han enseñado que la vida y el verdadero triunfo es poder servir a otros. Now in English. My parents, they've taught me that real success is when we serve God and we can serve others. I am the fruit of my husband, Enrique Ramirez, whose support has empowered me and his love has actually made me stand here before you. I am the fruit of Point Loma Nazarene, where I received my studies. A place where I was taught that servant leadership is possible. A place where I learned that in order to serve children, we must first serve the parents. I am the fruit of the local church and local community organizations where I've been able to serve for the past 15 years. I've been able to lead, I've been able to guide, I've been able to be part of the community, help them thrive. I am a fruit also of community organizations like Stepping Higher, a company that has given me the opportunity to educate families and countless community members about the importance of mental health, spiritual wellness, and behavioral issues. Information that we've shared with the community, just like how important it is to add mental health and spiritual wellness together. And when you do, that 98% of the people that actually do this receive wellness, receive healing. How important it is to give resources to communities that have, for many years, not even heard of these resources existing. I am a fruit, most importantly, of my motherhood. It is this stage that has actually lit a fire in my heart to be able to stand here, to be able to come and not only want to fight for my children, but for every child in Chula Vista. It is my goal for them to thrive. And now I know that all the experiences I had sum up to the point that fruit's purpose is to bring more fruit. And that's who I am. I'm here for this community to bring out the fruit in the students, in the parents, and in that community. It is my role to be a stepping stone for the next generation and not a stumbling one. It is my role to be and leave a legacy of
Thank you.
wellness. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
If appointed, what is on your agenda to do in the first 30 days?
One of the things I want to establish first will be open communication with parents. I want parents to know that they can come up to me and they can share what is troubling them. I feel that when we strengthen that relationship with the parents, our community will have more buy-in into it, and I want to do that. That is one of the first things I would do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Tamayo.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on providing social emotional support for students, and how should it be provided?
Right into what I wanted to say. Perfect. Thank you so much. I believe that social emotional support is one of the building blocks of our children. And actually, not only for students, I want us to be able to share that with parents as well. Because again, when we educate the parent, when we empower the parent, the children actually thrive.
Thank you. Teachers use adopted curriculum and textbooks for their lessons. Sometimes they also bring their own materials to supplement instruction. How much flexibility do you feel teachers should have in adapting the lesson plan using their own materials?
I think it is important for the teacher to have the ability to bring more material as long as we're going for the same goal. What we want to build is for us to have flexibility, but again, our goal is to make sure that our children are learning and thriving. So I am willing and I'm thinking of being flexible to the material as long as we are reaching the goal that we want to reach, which is for the students to raise, scores, for them to read better, for them to learn better. And that is my answer.
Thank you. You now have the opportunity to present a 1-minute closing statement.
I want to thank you all for being here today. I want to thank my community behind me for stepping up and speaking on my behalf. I know that the community is supporting me. I know that I have the favor, and it is all thanks to God. And I know that it is Him who has brought me to this place, and that the sum of all my experiences have qualified me to be the best trustee I could be. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity. And also, I just want to speak a little bit more about legacy and the legacy I want to leave as a board member. I want to make sure that the children of the next generation know that they will have the building blocks to live to their fullest potential. And that is the legacy I want to leave in Chula Vista. That is why I'm here and what I've served so many years.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the interview portion of the process. The board will now work together in conjunction with the written materials and the information that was presented tonight. And then we will present motions that recommend any particular candidate. So, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, if you would like to present any comments or have any questions for us.
I think I'm going to pause. I need to process some
Okay.
of this information, so I'll allow you guys to go ahead.
Are you pausing as well?
I could pause, but why? Now, first of all, I want to thank every single candidate that made it to the final round. Obviously, it is difficult to be in that podium. I have stood there a couple of times, and it's a struggle. So I thank you all for your commitment to this process, to wanting to share your strengths with all the students in Chula Vista. So I want to thank, I feel thankful that we got a good pool of candidates here. Having said that, I think that it's important for the district to look, or for the board, to look at the mission, vision, and values that the board has adopted and has held as our beacon of light for the board as we make decisions. This is not an easy task to select or appoint fellow board members to the seat or to the 2 seats. I think there's an opportunity for us to make a decision. I think that it's a lot of the information that we have, and through the application that was provided and through these comments here today, I do think that having parents and their voice of the parent community, it's important. I think that it behooves us to look at that as one of our guiding factors. But that's my opinion.
I also want to thank everyone tonight. I know that it is very nerve-wracking to speak publicly, and it is why that when it gets to my point in the board comments that I have very few things to say. So, so with that being said, I also think that it's important to note that our decision this evening is based on not just what we heard tonight, but it is based on the written and the information here in the packet. It's also based on the mission and values of the district, in alignment with that. And so it's going to be very difficult to decide. It's a rough process for us now that you've done the hard part for yourselves, and now it's up to us to make that decision. As the board president and facilitator of this meeting, I often hesitate to make the motions because that largely isn't my role. And so I'll be listening tonight. I'll be listening to your commentary. I'll jump in when I need to, and then I look forward to our motions.
All right, I paused. So I think how I'm going to share my thoughts, what I'm processing, the applications that we received, what was shared. I'll share some of what comes to the top for each candidate and as we move forward. And like Trustee Tamayo was just saying, the mission, the vision, and the values is what I'm looking for, that their ability to share it, obviously, to really put somebody into a box and give them 5 minutes to share who they are and write your life here, it's impossible. We get it, but it's all we've got. Okay, it's all we've got. So with your understanding, we're sharing I think out loud most of the time, so I shouldn't have a very hard time doing it now, but please bear with us and do not take anything personal, although it is about you. How do you differentiate that? But ask for your indulgence, okay? So looking at our mission is to nurture every student's potential through the collaboration of teachers, staff, parents, and the community. It's on our website. Okay. So the last person who spoke, Ms. Karen Ramirez Dominguez, no relation whatsoever. She conceptualized that very clearly. I believe that that was one of the strong points when I'm looking at the mission. It was something that apparently comes from just who she is, as she credited everyone in her life as to who she is. I can appreciate that. I think most of us are that. Some of us just are not able to articulate that, or it doesn't come as easy to just put it out there. In regards to the mission and the collaboration for Mr. Zavala, I did feel the passion that he felt about the social and emotional support that that he was sharing. but I just didn't get the connection to how it related to our schools as much. Does it mean he didn't try to do that? I'm just sharing and thinking out loud. Mr. Parra was very vivid about how the social emotional supports received by the schools, received by her students by the schools, but again, it called out clearly the collaboration between the teachers, staff, parents, and the community in that regard, the social and emotional. But we're also very, and it's very important of our purpose is not just supporting the student in the social emotional area, but academics. I didn't hear as much being mentioned throughout, but I haven't read all my notes. I'll go back. And Ms. Tolston, we appreciate your journey, a very tough journey, and your ability to know that your son and your child needed those additional supports that the schools, that the teachers, and our community of a school was able to provide. You you shared that quite vividly, and you mentioned the parental engagement as well. I would wonder, with your very important job that you have, everyone has an important job, but one that takes you away a lot. I'm wondering how much, and I'm just sharing because I don't know. We haven't sat on a one-on-one. How available you would be for, sometimes our meetings start at 2:30, 3 o'clock. We're at midnight, sometimes we're here. Not too many of you out there, but we're here. We've been here till 1 o'clock. And they don't happen as often, but more than likely we're here by 3:30, 4 o'clock, and we hardly ever leave by 10 o'clock in the evening. And being out with the community is not as easy task because we only have one employee, and that's Dr. Reyes, excuse me. And it can be splitting of hairs on how much we reach out to parents and staff, where it's just a fine line. But I understand, I'm there. Ms. Cravens, your dedication to your school, your volunteerism, your PTA, and the different organizations that you belong to, the CAC, I just don't believe you were able to articulate as well what you wanted to share the connectivity of the mission, and we haven't even gotten to the vision and the values. And I believe you shortchanged yourself quite a bit by not taking advantage of all the time you had on the clock there. But bringing a fresh perspective is great. And there's always a balance. What we hear from our parents, what we hear from the staff, and what we hear from the supports that our cabinet is providing, somewhere in the middle is the facts. And because we are human, we're not robots. Our feelings sometimes and our emotions take us in a certain direction. And somewhere in the middle, we have to find the facts, and that's Dr. Reyes's responsibility. Get the facts so that we can address the issues. But, and then, excuse me, Mr. Farias, I had to write smaller as you spoke, because you have a very elaborate application, your experience. Right out the gate, you touched on the students, staff, and community. That was the first thing that came out of your mouth. You understand the role of a board member, and I could probably learn a few things from you and the rest of my colleagues here. You've been a board member. And your understanding of the collaboration with the teachers, staff, parents, and the community, that resonated throughout almost everything you said. So I'm just at the mission part. I don't know if the rest of my colleagues would like to speak to anything else.
So we did the mission. So I'll talk about values. I think that that is one of the key components that this board relies on when making decisions, because every decision we make impacts thousands of students, thousands of staff members. So having similar values, while we might not agree on everything, and we often don't, because we have similar value systems, we're able to come to agreements that I might not like, but I'm able to support. And that's important when looking at who sits in this dais. Often we share different thinking, different perspectives that continue to improve on past mistakes that we have done, and opportunities moving forward. I think every single one of you showed that there's a potential to sit in this seat today. Obviously, some of you have a little bit more understanding because you've been either on this role prior, or you're currently involved in a PTA or a committee at the district level. But I do think, and I do also share, that we need to grow beyond that and include more of a parent voice on the seat, or one of the seats. So I think instead of going to each one, I think a generic value statement, I'll leave it at that.
And I'll speak to the role of representation as a board member. We're going to have to, obviously, everyone presented, everyone is capable of being a board member, and I see the alignment in the mission statement. That being said, with 7 people, we're going to have to narrow this down. And when it comes to the role of representation, part of that is listening to the constituents. Part of that is listening as a board member throughout the entire time that you've been on the dais. And there are a number of things that I've experienced in the last 4 years that I've listened and taken to heart. Repeatedly, especially 2 years ago during the election, it was often said about having political aspirations and being political. And representing means listening to the constituents and representing their interests. And the main thing that keeps coming up over and over is that there's no political ties. We have 2 candidates, and unfortunately, this is my representation as a board member listening to constituents, is the ask was that there was no political connection. We have candidates before us tonight who ran in previous elections, and that is a political connection. When we talk about listening to the voice of the constituents and running, they were not successful in those elections. And I think that if we screened anything at all, at any point in this process, and held to that, then it's only fair as representing constituents that we have to take that into account. And that is something that I am taking very seriously with regard to listening to constituents, because there is the opportunity to run. There is the opportunity to be a candidate in a political race, and some people have taken that and they've done that, and they have that experience. There's also the aspect in representing our labor partners, and who are also our constituents, many of them, in regard to hearing their experiences with collaboration and meeting with certain groups, right? So if we are to get this down to we have to, all three of us, be in consensus and have to all agree. I'm making it clear to you that those with political ties who have run in races will not be considered by me.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Yes, that.
Here we go.
That's okay. And that's okay. Yes, that was one of our, or it was the overall concern. And some of the applicants are not here. Several of them called me, and I had to immediately cut them off and said, quote, I have it memorized. And I have people calling me to give a good word for someone. My quote is and was, I do not encourage anyone to contact me, call me, if it is about the appointment. Once the appointment process is done, I'd be more than happy to sit down and speak with them. We could chat. Now, understanding that, I'm going to venture to guess, and it's just a guess, but I'm not a gambling person, but I bet you I'd win. I bet you everyone here has either an R or a D after their name if they're a voter registered. So, are they political? No, that's just how they tend to vote. Some people have an R or D after the name and cross party lines, and that's just fine, because when Mr. Tamayo just said, and you, Trustee Ugarte, the values is what's important. What do we care about? The overall well-being of our children, the students. And that can only happen if we have that strong partnership between our staff, our classified and our certificated, and our parents, community. It's the only way that we partner to help those students be successful. Now, the fact that someone may have ran before, are they political? I don't know. They ran, but then anybody who ran for something, are they political? I don't know. It could be, could not be. But I think what we should be focusing on here now, after we've already vetted the politicals, and we had several in our batch that had called me. I mean, they had all these people contacting me to sway me one way or the other, and I'd have to stop him. And even after telling them stop, kind of feel like Willy Wonka, stop, no, stop, they'd still talk, sorry, goodbye. Because we don't want it to be that. That's why these applicants are here, because they rose to the top. Now, my preference would have been a special election, bottom line. It would have been, because the people deserve to elect their person. They deserve that. I deserve that. We all deserve that. But in light of, I listened to some of the other moving pieces, which are $15 million that we're going to have to shave off somewhere. Do we have the money for that? Dr. Reyes, I believe he said it was about $3 million to run a special election.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, I do want to remind you that the conversation is between us and not the audience or the people.
We're
in
good.
And,
We're good.
And
but you were speaking to them, so I did the
no,
same.
and I was speaking
Okay, no
directly
problem.
to you all. That in saying that I would not consider that.
But on that note, I would move based on that last mission statement that we spoke about, nurturing, that's the mission, that's the overall. The mission is to nurture every student's potential through the collaboration of teachers, staff, parents, and the community. I would move to appoint Karen Ramirez Dominguez
To what seat?
to the seat 5. Is that the first one on our agenda?
The first seat 5.
Seat 5.
Second.
Because, yes, thank you.
Okay, moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tamayo. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay. Motion does not carry.
So does that mean now we go to special election, right?
No, we have 6 other candidates.
5.
5, sorry.
No,
5.
we have 6. Why does it have to be the ones you want?
I don't have anyone. I don't know anyone. We have 5 other candidates
Well, tell us why you don't want Karen Dominguez.
I expressed to you my concern. If one of the filters is that they are not political, when you run, by definition, you are political, and filtering by whether or not, the question whether or not we're going to run in the future, that to me, and I'm saying no one's the people who have contacted me, I haven't responded to. I didn't answer the phone. But I'm talking about the last 4 years that I've been on this board and the contentiousness in having candidates who the people did not pick, who were not successful in the races, who come back. And I, as a representative and listening to those previous interactions, I will not be supporting any candidates who have run in political races. That was speaking to you and giving the rationale.
So we often there's times that we do not agree.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that we need to close the door.
Right.
So I think that there's value on all the candidates.
You spoke of parents.
I did speak about parents. I move that we appoint to seat 5 Victor Zavala.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, you're not going to second?
No.
So, subcommittee, you had no qualms with putting through any of the 7 candidates, and you were fine with all 7, and yet could you give us a rationale for not seconding that?
Yes, the presentation.
Okay.
So motion dies, no second?
Do you want to do another motion?
Okay, I'll do another motion. Is that how you wanted to go,
Yeah, we
trustee,
can go
between
ahead.
us?
Mhm.
Okay, then I would motion to appoint and seat, I guess we're still staying at seat 5, or do we try to change our luck and go to 1?
5.
Go 5.
Okay,
Just
5.
stay with 5.
All right. Okay, so then I would motion to appoint Mr. Armando Farias.
I'm going to second it.
You're going to second?
I'll second it.
Motion by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay. Motion doesn't carry.
All right. I'll motion to appoint to seat 5 Noel Cravens.
But I'm going to wait for the president to share her opinion.
I think
Or I'll abstain.
there has to be a
to be a
second
second.
to,
Okay, then I abstain.
Oh,
Then it
motion's
dies.
not gonna- Motion's gonna
Mhm.
die.
okay. You want to do another motion?
I motion to appoint in seat 5, Karen Ramirez Dominguez.
Can a motion be brought forth that's already?
It would have to be a motion to reconsider, and then we need all three to reconsider.
Yeah, we
so.
have to have all three.
I'm going to share with the board here that those are my two selections, and I'm not going to budge, so we might as well move to special election.
And I appreciate the opinion that we have two candidates, right? But again, we have said, and this is part of our values and part of the mission of the district, that we need to move with the understanding that yes, a special election is probably the best way. However, you have stated, and we all have full knowledge of this, a special election is anywhere from $2.5 to $3 million. It's expensive. Are we ready to consider what options or what programs are we going to take away from students in exchange for those $3 million?
And I would ask you guys to consider that yourselves.
I mean, and I understand that, but there's other candidates here, and by you saying that this is it, or we're hold hostage to a special election, that is not the value that we are saying that we need from people.
Well, let me
We
share-
said that we sometimes don't agree. And this is one of those times that is going to be difficult to agree. But the value of making sure that we put our students first has to be our guiding principle.
I agree. So you've got my motions, and
Yes,
we
we
passed.
do.
You and I both did, and I didn't want to bring this up earlier because I felt it was not nice. But one of our candidates, the one you just mentioned earlier, our teachers union got up and spoke against the person.
Right.
So, Ms.
That's not my decision. That's not what, I haven't made a motion. That motion died. I didn't speak to that. I'm urging you to consider your choice and I was going to say if I'm hearing clearly.
Can you share with me, besides that, is there something, and it's, please, do not take it personal. Mr. Armando Farias has extensive background. He's in business services. Is that the equivalent of our Mr. Mark here? HR experience?
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, it's not your job to sell to me right now. I want to point something out. This is what I'm hearing. We have 6 candidates before us, and you're saying that if I don't vote for those candidates, you will not be putting forward any of the other 4, and we will be going to a special election. I have no ties to any of these candidates. That is except for Mr. Farias. He was an opponent, but he also ran against another seat.
But
I was very
were
clear.
you not the incumbent? He was the incumbent?
He was the incumbent.
Oh, you ran against him.
Yes, but that's not the issue. The issue is, and I was very clear, I've heard multiple times about making this political, And if we are screening everyone who's political, who's run, who has connections to people who have run, then those coming through were not, I don't even know who the other candidates were. I don't know how many there were. I just know the 7 that came to us today. I'm telling you that I am holding true to what I have heard in the last 4 years, in the last special election or special appointment, and throughout the time, because I've seen and I've been here and the target of the repercussions when that does not happen. So I just want to make it clear that if you're saying that's what you're saying, that if I'm not going to be in agreement, and I don't understand, because the committee put through 7 and then we had one that was technicality removed, that there's a problem with the other candidates. I have had the most limited or least amount of time with any of this. So I just want to be clear. If I don't vote the way you want and these 2 candidates, we're not moving anyone else through or making motions, and we're going to go to a special election.
You've summarized it well.
Okay.
So part of the subcommittee, as you all know, it was me and Trustee Delia Cervantes. We spent 6 hours reviewing, going through every single application. My understanding was that these 7 were viable candidates. Why are we closing the door on the rest of the candidates?
Because the other half of the decision was based on the presentation, and that's what I based my decision on.
So you're saying that
In other words, if it didn't matter, then we would have just called them up based on their application. But it did matter, so that's why we had them come to speak. So that was the other part of the application process.
I don't think the other candidates did terrible or said something that would trigger an alarm in my head that we shouldn't appoint or they shouldn't serve. I have stated all these candidates are capable of serving. I think that it would be a waste of taxpayer dollars if we go to a special election when we have viable candidates.
Right, and those 2 that I mentioned are viable. They were brought forward. So because someone has decided to call if you look at your party's affiliation and your groups, you'll know if these 2 people are active doing political stuff.
Yes, and as you said, and you're saying that, and in your own words, in some of our discussions in past board meetings have discussed the fact of not being political. This is a nonpartisan seat. Then, but I am holding to your own filter, and I'm not saying filter in this case, but filter in the past with regard to political. By definition, anyone who has run in a race is a politician and is political. You are now saying that if I don't vote for those 2 candidates, you're holding me hostage. We are going to an election without even considering the other candidates. And the other candidates are not being judged by me solely on this interview tonight. They're being evaluated based on the values and mission and according to their application.
Trustee Ugarte, you had the same opportunity to review all the applications that we do. You could have sat for 6 hours
I
and
did
reviewed.
review these.
Well, then that.
But I'm not basing it on the interview tonight. I'm saying there are 4 other candidates.
Right.
4 other candidates that we can motion through and we can have as our potential board members. You're telling me you will not accept any of them. I'm saying there are candidates on here that I'm willing to accept that are not in that realm, that are not in the political, and as you stated, because you said someone spoke out, there are other candidates, and you put those candidates through based on their paper screening.
Right. And the other part of the decision was going to be their presentation. So what part of that do we not understand?
Okay.
The other part of
So-
it is the presentation.
Okay. There's different perspectives, right? So, again, as part of the subcommittee, I think that we vetted these 7 candidates, and yes, there's 7 candidates that were vetted. 6 participated on this presentation. So from the 7 candidates that we vetted, we knew, to Trustee Cervantes' point, that there's still the presentation part. However, from the presentation, I still don't feel that any of these 7 did,
6 now.
or 6, did bad. I think for the effort that they have done, the commitment to the students that they have showed, a motion at least is to serve for each one of these. And with that, I will motion for Jessica Tolston to be appointed to seat number 5, since we're doing 5. Is there a second?
If I second, she's just going to, I will second it for discussion. Second, motion by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by President Ugarte. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstaining?
And should I explain why?
Mm-hmm.
My abstention was, as I shared earlier, because of my concern of the availability. But that's my concern. And
But
that's,
I would have the same concern about Farias, right? Because he is an assistant superintendent as a CVO in Fallbrook. He's busy.
I have a niece that works for Homeland Security himself, and at a drop of the hat, she can be called away. That's different. But my point being is why I was motioning for Mr. Farias was because we're entering an area of the deficit, the $15 million, that his expertise, I never thought you guys had that much reservation about him, and I'm still not buying the part that because he ran before, but that's my personal feeling. But his expertise in the area of finances, in the area of running, being on the board, of understanding processes, of understanding curriculum. That other, I think, is just becoming I'm not going to budge kind of a thing. And I see that as like, what's more behind this? I'm not going to speculate any further than having made that statement. But I can say the same thing. I can say, you're holding mine hostage. It's just a matter of definition and perspective.
I'm not refusing to accept anyone. You're refusing
except
to
for those.
No, I just and here's the thing. We're making assumptions about someone's job that we don't have the ability to know just based on your experience, which I appreciate your experience, but because we can't ask follow-up questions, we don't know that that's the situation with her job. So you're making an assumption and you're using which is valid. You can do that, but as far as saying why you don't want to support someone,
that was not the only reason. I did share earlier also that what was presented to us and how, and Mr. Tamayo knows from when we were in the our subcommittee, we were reviewing as to who better articulated and connected it to our CVESD school district, the mission, the vision, and our values. And I was looking forward to having that same thing done here. No, not a negative on anyone else who spoke, because I agree with you, but I can't compromise on who I believe was the better qualified candidate. That's lying to me, and that's lying to the community. It's not right. We can't keep doing, let me, instead of the person who got an A, let's give it to the person who got a B, or that's not right.
It's not a matter of right or wrong, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. No, it's a matter of advantage, and here's the thing. I did have the ability to go through, and because of the way the board policy is, right, and because of Brown Act, I was able to go through these, and I did sit and I did read them and I did go through them. The advantage is I did not select the 7 that went through. You had the advantage of selecting the 7 that went through, and so you chose not only that aspect. I'm given the 6 now that are here, and I'm choosing from that, and I'm choosing from this, and I'm choosing from my elected official position of being a representative of the community and making sure that I follow the conversations that I've experienced and the board meetings for the last 4+ years.
I've had conversations too, and I am also elected, and I also have constituents.
Yes, you do.
Yes. So it's not one being over the other. It's I also have constituents. And we're not going to talk, but if you were to speak of the 2 that I'm moving forward, each of them has a different letter after their last name.
That, as I said, it's a nonpartisan seat.
Exactly, and that my choices are nonpartisan by virtue of the very people I've nominated.
I move that we appoint Fernando Parra to seat 5.
I'll second. Moved by Trustee Tamayo, seconded by myself, Trustee Ugarte. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay. And with
Motion
an
doesn't
explanation.
carry. If
Okay.
you'd like to, you can explain.
For the very same reason, the ability to share the mission, vision, and values. And like I said earlier, this was the other part of the process, and it was the presentation. If there's no value to it, we shouldn't have had them waste their time up there.
Well,
well,
go ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead.
So, so you're talking about presentation, but then you're referring back to their application.
This is a 2-parter.
Right. So if that was the case, then we should have just moved 2 or 3.
Sure. We want to do a do-over?
We might have to.
No, we're going to go to special election if we can't decide. That's
I
what
don't.
we've
I
been
don't see a
instructed.
pathway right now to decide, because we have now completed a motion to every single candidate that was here present.
Well, let me share with you what will happen because of that. Now, I won't be on the next vetting committee, right?
No, we don't start the process over. We go to a special election, and then next board meeting we need to look at cuts to what are we going to cut to make up the funding for the special election.
Right, and you will take responsibility for it, because I have forwarded 2 names from this list.
But here's the
and
thing.
you refuse.
You forwarded through the committee, and now when
Which you appointed me to.
Yes, I did appoint you to it, and
Okay.
you came through,
Hold
and the
on,
names
hold
are
on.
here. However, I had
Here's-
no choice in the names.
Here's the thing. This is not who, what, when.
Right.
The choice of going to special election will not sit on an individual board member. It will sit on all 3 of us, because we are not able to come to an agreement. And if that's the case, then so be it. we will go to a special election if that's what the board is deciding. But when the cuts have to be done to pay for that, we all have to own them.
That's right.
It's not Trustee Ugarte didn't choose, Trustee Tamayo didn't choose, or Delia Cervantes didn't choose. Is the board did not choose, and now we're having to cut $3 million or up to $3 million. And if that's the case, as often I have said it, we might not agree, but once we have taken a determination, we all own it. And if that's what the board says, I don't agree with it, but I will own it. Can you say something?
Yes, Dr. Reyes has a recommendation.
Hello. If I would like to recommend before, you know, I know that this is a very sensitive matter for the entire board. And so before, you know, we still have time to appoint. So something to consider is that if you come to an agreement today, great. If you don't come to an agreement today, maybe you want to not make the decision tonight for the board election, for the special election, and maybe have another conversation. I mean, next week we have a board meeting. Maybe you can have a follow-up conversation next week to see if there's still a way to come to an agreement before making the decision of special election. Recommendation.
I don't know how that works.
So basically, we would table this item today and bring it back at the next regular board meeting to continue the discussion and see if our pillows told us something different.
What tells us something different?
Our pillows?
Our pillows.
Oh, sleep?
Sleep.
I don't know that, I mean, if you're, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, if you're not going to budge from your two candidates or consider the other candidates that were presented, I don't know where that, I've voted on 3 motions and with no qualms, but if you're staunch in your position and that position's not going to change, then I don't know that tabling is going to do anything other than prolong.
I would agree with just President Ugarte if she's staunch on not voting on those two.
From your 2 candidates, pick one and make a motion.
I did that twice.
Do it again. Please.
Do you know something I don't know? What do you mean?
I don't want to go to a special election.
Neither do I.
No one does.
I'm offering
Neither
you
do I.
an opportunity to let's try one more time.
I do. To be clear, that's not where I want to go, and that's what I've said loud and clear, because I do feel that special election should have been the route that we took because of the people have a right to vote. But the issue of the $15 million, that cut, is what had me step back. Okay, take a look, you know, programs, staff, all the different things that can happen. But by that very virtue, why should, I have 2 very qualified candidates here that we brought together here that did a wonderful presentation too, and that's not to say anything about the negative about the others. Is I, as a teacher, teachers they know. Oh yeah, just because he'll be okay, I'll give him an A. No, it's what they did here. That's what I graded on. That combined with this, I will make another motion again. Okay, my first motion, I will repeat again, was to vote a motion to approve Karen Ramirez Dominguez.
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay.
Try it again.
Thank you. I move to recess for 5 minutes. Is there a second?
Please take, yes, I will second the motion to take a recess for 5 minutes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hope everyone had a good break, had a nice walk.
Thank you, President Ugarte, for the break. Often it's good to calm emotions, as this is a process that emotions could be high. If I know the values of this board, I've been working with you for quite a long time now. I think that all of you want to put students above everything, and that is our primary goal. We often might see it different because we have different perspectives. There's no doubt about it. You have seen it today, that we do share different perspectives. But at the end of the day, I still believe that we can come to an agreement that values the work that our staff is doing, values the programs that we offer to our students, and values the opportunity for us to continue working on the mission, vision, and values of this district. Having said that, I will put in the following motion. I move to appoint Karen Dominguez to seat 5 and to appoint Ms. Jessica Tolson to seat number 1 as a slate. Is there a second?
Wait, we can't do that. It's 2 agenda items.
Yes, we can.
They're under the same heading, and so you can combine them as we've done in the past.
The other route, this is where you would need to show some trust, is do it individually. But I think for us to come to an agreement and make sure that we're not cutting classified, that we're not cutting certificated, that we're not cutting programs for students, it's a viable option that meets us in the middle of the road. It's a 2-year commitment. I think that this is something that will bring us together and make the best decision that is fiscally sound and that is able to move us forward.
I think the first motion would be, thank you for saying that, and I'm just thinking, we're under the same agenda item, administrative action items. You can make a motion to combine items B and C, and then you would be allowed to move a slate.
I'm concerned about the repercussions of doing that.
Elaborate.
There was a reason why we did them separately to begin with. And so then now to merge them back again?
Can you elaborate on the reason? I mean, because from my perspective was to not necessarily hold anyone hostage, right? Because we appoint one, then we might think that there's favorites. Now, I think that if we're trying to do what's the best for kids, in a spirit to make sure that we move forward, I'm proposing that we do it as a slate. That way, we honor what you're saying about the candidates that you proposed. We look for a way to get somebody that Lucy can support, and we can move forward. I think this is a way to do it. If I need to merge first, then I would suspend my first motion.
Okay.
Then I would move to, well,
I'm still thinking.
before we, before we
and
move.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, when we met last, and I asked you why, and then agreed to doing it separately, we had the option of doing it and under one item. It's just a matter now of reversing that choice.
Right, and back then is when I said no, it needed to be two separate ones because it's like, not to compare it with any children, but it's like I saved this child but not that child. It just somehow it doesn't seem.
But in this case, we're doing it to move forward with the board, right? And so that we don't get stuck here.
Or
Get it?
do you want to speak to legal counsel? Is that your fear?
No.
Okay.
Legal counsel allowed us to do it either way.
Okay.
The last time we were here. So that's not my issue. My issue is that the person who could help us through this $15 million is now off this slate.
Right, but I have the same training, and we do have a CBO.
I just can't help but think that this is something more personal between you guys and Mr. Farias. There's just no other way to explain it, because if you're willing to then now allow Karen Dominguez, who ran, now be approved, then what's the reason then for Mr. Farias not being allowed? He also ran, so it sounds to me like that's where there's a personal issue. And like you said, Trustee Tamayo and Trustee Ugarte, we have not agreed on several issues, but we've been respectful of each other, and I respect that. That's your opinion, it's my opinion, it's your opinion. That has nothing to do with it, which is, I would not vote for you because you chew gum in front of me, which I hate. Yeah, I would not vote for you for that. I would be looking at your qualifications.
I'll put it on my notes. No problem.
I think that
that's what I'm.
It's I don't. It's not. It's not there's nothing personal in this for me. I'm willing to compromise and make this slate a reality, and to combine the items. It has nothing to do with personal. I think Trustee Tamayo is listening to you and to your concerns and your best, like who you put forward, and is trying to make a compromise so that we can move forward. I'm telling you, it's not personal for me. And if I'm sticking to what I said before, politically, Ms. Ramirez Dominguez has the least political, you see what I'm saying? She has least political experience than Mr. Farias, and that would be why I would be willing to move that slate forward.
When I make important decisions in my life, I can't make that decision in 1 minute.
Right.
I have to process
Take your time.
this.
Take your time.
I'm not going to snore, but I am going to put.
I would rather take some time and save the district
Money.
some millions of dollars.
Our kids.
I still think it's personal. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to excuse myself to pray.
Thank you.
We'll take we have to take a recess before you do, so. Oh, you're not leaving? Okay, here, she's not leaving. She's not leaving.
I'm ready.
Okay. So, I will move to combine items 8, B, and C into a single motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion to combine items 8, B, and C. Moved by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Ugarte. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. I want it to stay as is, and I will vote.
Okay. I move okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do this. I move to appoint Jessica Tolson to seat number 5. Is there a second?
No. I have an alternate motion. I move to appoint Karen Ramirez Dominguez to seat 5.
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by trustee Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
I move to appoint Jessica Tolson to seat number 1.
I second that motion with an explanation.
Sure.
If I may.
Yes.
I want to apologize to Mr. Farias from the bottom of my heart, because I feel that this was personal. And I apologize to you for having gone through this, because I believe, quite frankly, that you're the most qualified, not just based on the application, but also on your presentation. Please accept my apology. I will hold that burden for a long time.
No. He can't.
I second the motion for Ms. Tolston because I do believe that you have the strategies, which is one of your strongest points, that you're very strategic in all your projects and such. So I will burden you with helping us through this time of the $15 million deficit. And I apologize to the rest of the applicants for not giving you a better opportunity. I think you guys would have all been great, but I can't compromise for what was presented in the application and what was before us. That I would be lying to not just you, but to myself. Please accept my apologies, and I encourage you not to be discouraged, to please continue in being involved in our schools. You showed your love for the children and the parents and the community as a whole. I just ask you to please support us in this next motions so that we can come out stronger in the end. If I could please ask you for that. You know, it's only for the children and the staff that need you and us so much.
All right. Call the question.
Moved by trustee Tamayo, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Dr. Reyes will now administer the oath of office to our newly elected board members. After the administration of the oath, we will be congratulating our new board members. So, Dr. Reyes? Yes. And because we are Ramirez Dominguez. And I'm going to get so confused. She's Ramirez. Congratulations. I'm the last man standing. Standing principal. 19 years. All the rest are babies. Good luck to you. Can you run again? Do you have a number? And the next election, our union will be endorsing. So get used to the seats.
Yes, before she leaves.
Oh, yes, before she leaves, we'll get the paperwork.
I know what the
Okay. You're going to get to warm it up for 2 seconds. All right. I would like to thank everyone for hanging in there with us this evening. We are now a full board. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously.